Hello. I played a little off stream last night, but I didn't want to sit here and watch them for fucking 40 minutes. I recorded 3 different ones, and we're doing ×2 speed. 15 minutes apiece. I didn't continue the story at all. Just a lot of side shit. So. Top left is the first one, top right is the second, bottom is the third, so that's the order. Bottom's mostly going to be attempts at this goofy little platforming auto scroller. When you collect all of the poem fragments, you're allowed to do that. It's not really hard, but because it's like an auto scroller and has this awkward speed, I end up dying way more than I should. For what's pretty much simple platforming. I get like almost done with it once. It takes me a few times to come back. Not really like fun. Is kind of my point. It's kind of boring. Like I said, it's not a cope thing. It's like it's simple platforming in that it's kind of boring, but because of the speed, you're gonna be doing boring platforming for longer. And every retry is accented by a extremely long build up at the beginning where you just sit there and wait. So. Otherwise, it's kind of just using the new ability to hang on the brothers to kind of clean up the map. Fully finished the wood guy. He just gives you 5 martyrdom points, and you can find his statue in town. His daughter will let you buy more altar capacity, and you can change it at the rest points freely. Finishing up the sisters just gives you regenerating health as an option as one of the wooden things, which isn't that crazy. What's up, Newton? How you doing? I finished all of the arenas, other than kind of rounding out some of the last health upgrades. It just gives you... I don't remember what. Nothing that important, clearly. Oh yeah, that auto-scrolling platforming thing just gives you like a shield of protection for like 2 or 3 hits. Nice, buddy. Yeah. I've just been sleeping all day. I guess long day last couple days. Woke up. Kind of just watched some Voices of the Void. Went and got food. Fell into a food coma, and here we are. Pretty slow day. Made some car appointments, and that's pretty much it. What are you gaming lately? Anything spicy? I guess while we're waiting here while I'm chatting, I'm gonna install Fate Samurai Remnant. I'll be here still, just gotta stand up.
To the highest point not allowed.
back hurt a little there. An old man's back. Getting the never workout, but I still lift things occasionally. Back. Downloading the PS5 upgrade for Fate Samurai Remnant. Nice. While we're watching this triple video here, we'll finish Blasphemous when I'm done here. Like I said, none of these videos, like I said, top left is the first one, top right's the second, bottom is the order. There's 30 minutes of gameplay piece, 15 since we're double speed. Just did those offline while my internet was out. Through one of the mini games here and said, yeah, well, Fate Samurai at least just came out. It's supposed to be pretty good. You don't want to see Omega Force's best, and there's a piece of shit at my door right now. Okay, guys. I asked my brother if he wanted to go get a drink earlier, and he said no, but now he wants to get a drink. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I don't have any wheels for the next 2 weeks, so I'm gonna grab a couple things. I might just put these videos on loop. They'll probably play one more time. Oh, did I just restart them? I think I did. Like that. So yeah, give me once, well not once, like 15 minutes. And I'll be back, and I'll probably be on for a while. I don't have work for a bit, especially because I don't have any wheels, so I can kind of destroy the sleep schedule tonight, and I've been napping all day. Starting Etrian Odyssey 3, yo! Awesome. Love Etrian. You'll have to let me know when I get back if it's the new version or the old version. Yeah, I debated whether I was doing Fate Samurai Remnant as for a while, but it's supposed to be decent. I mean, as far as an Omega Force game probably is, but I mean, I guess it's better than another Marvelous Musou. Might as well have the Musou people. We'll see. The Edo Japan thing I'm not as interested in either, but we'll find out. Anyways, I'm a big Fate person, old school Fate person, so I like to talk about it. Anyways, I'll be back. Thanks for watching.
Ring the bell, and we shall sink into a sea of mourning. Now I shall enhance the vital light within me. Although mine own blood does not cease to flow. You point. You have acquired a lot. There are no... Sleep, my child, my girl, was running alone. What did you see, my child? Sleep, child, your silver dream. Sleep, my child. Checkpoint not allowed. Manuscript open. May the bell, and we shall sink into a sea of mourning. Now I shall enhance the vital light within me. Although mine own blood does not cease to flow. You point. You have acquired a lot. There are no... Sleep, my child, my girl, was running alone. What did you see, my child? Sleep, child, your silver dream. Sleep, my child.
Okay. I'm back. They've played about twice. Oy. Thank you. Alright, let's get started. Finish up this shit. I'll be able to finish this and Samurai Remnant before my next two Gameplay games, but we'll delay one of them. Gotta put Blasphemous back in. Yeah, I'll be playing Spider-Man. I didn't like Miles Morales at all. And I'm kind of growing disillusioned to the generic open world formula. Well, not growing, I've been very against kind of the Ubisoft-esque open worlds. I don't have a problem with open world overall. I mean, I liked Cyberpunk a lot. Yeah. I hope Spider-Man 2 kind of has even more fun gameplay, a better story than the second one. All that stuff. Also getting tired of cape shit, probably. But I'm gonna play it. Yeah. That's probably the bigger game this month, other than Mario Bros. Wonder. That's probably the one I'm most excited for, but I'm gonna be on a trip when both of those come out, so. Sonic Superstar. It's probably gonna suck. I'm gonna delay that. Lords of the Fallen, I doubt I'll be able to get it and finish it before the 19th. So probably gonna have to delay that. My trip. Fate. Detective Pikachu. Lord Winklebottom. I'm feeling crazy, Lords of the Fallen. But if I can't finish it, I'll be fucked. I took Assassin's Creed Mirage off the list. Not interested. I mean, it had some underlying good elements. Yeah, like the web slinging, solid. The Bam Ham combat. I mean, I still prefer the Batman, kind of. The violence and all that of that. But there's a lot of complexity and options in Spider-Man. For me, it was more just the activities. I found it to be really dull. Not a lot of really interesting side stuff, except the Peter challenges, which unlocked special things. And I just didn't like the story at all. I just found it to be so uninteresting. Kind of dull drama based on characters I don't really care for. Miles himself is fine, but yeah, I just couldn't get much into it. That was a big part of the game, so. I just bum rushed the story. I've got a chip on my shoulder for that kind of stuff, though. I mean, I thought the first one was good. It was fine. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's one of those where two of the same thing is just not enough for me. Because I feel like you get like Batman Arkham to City. The scope's different. The speed, the kinds of stuff you're getting into is really different, right? Where it's like Spider-Man to like Miles Morales is like pretty much exactly the same. I mean, it was a DLC. What's up, Sam? And this next one, it looks crispier, but man, it looks like the same shit. Which, I mean, how do you change Spider-Man, I guess? But I'm just hoping the activities are like really cool. That's all I can ask. We'll see. But yeah, I won't be getting to that until late October, maybe November. Plan is to have them send me that and Mario, and I'll probably do Mario second. Kusoge would be Fate Samurai Remnant. Hey, Cactus. Screwballs at one of the villains. It's supposed to be good for what it is, but I like to put every Fate thing as Kusoge. That simple. Oh, the streamer girl. I kind of remember her, yeah. Wasn't a fan. What the hell is going on in this right now? Face roll this shit. I was just gonna play Fate Samurai Remnant. Might not even really be Kusoge. It's modern Fate, right? I'm gonna go in expecting Kusoge. Yeah, I'm hoping that they do good on Green Goblin or Hobgoblin. I don't know what they're gonna do. I'm assuming they'll do that. I mean, they hinted at that at the end of the first one. Venom. Just make those really fun villains, and not just a villain showcase of the week kind of thing. I don't need like a bunch of drama. I just want some charisma. At the minimum. I'd really prefer the side content to have
the gaze of an innocent,
a bit more of that juice too.
For a glimmer of hope in the visage
yeah,
of so
Akira.
much desolation.
I was gonna skip it, but then I got like decent critic reviews, and I'm like, we love talking about Fate in here, so it's like, okay, dude, we'll do it.
It took name more than that.
But Ito Japan, I kind of makes me fall asleep a little bit.
Air itself. Behind the most wondrous clouds that did turn the
people.
Sunset crimson.
Us.
Oh, innocent vision.
The enjoyers.
You madeth the mirage true, relying on pure faith.
The Fate fellas.
'Twas then that the mirror. Dove, who borrows thine color from the raven.
That'd be kind of cool, yeah. You're gonna just like bring in generic villains. Kind of pull the Venom thing. I don't see them doing it. Maybe like a couple people, but see. I mean, in the first one, you only had a couple villains that actually got a lot of, like, story. The rest were kind of just there. I guess you could do it. Just do the same thing. Or you just have a bunch of generics get venomized. I'm not really interested in this, like, warlord guy. What's his name even supposed to be? I don't know my Spider-Man fucking lore.
Penitent one, you emerge from the tower, cast your eyes.
Nice.
Until our path.
I needed 6 wax seeds total, so one more. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to 100% this. Discovery maybe, but getting 40 martyrdom points and maxing out the weapons would require me to, like, to justify their system where the more guilt you have, the more money you make. Like, I feel like it makes it so that you're not realistically going to max all these in one playthrough, even if you fully explore. Not that I ever use them anyways. I've already gotten everything that can or upgrade my other stats. These are just weapon specific. But so I might not get these done. Oh well, I guess. I don't care that much. It's like, from what I understand, the stats on it are like 50% guilt is like 10 or 20% extra money, and then it's like 75 or something is like 25% extra, then like 100% guilt, which like removes your ability to use magic, and I'm guessing pretty much makes you one-shottable. It's like 50% more money. Not even like that much. I'm like, Jesus, you have to go kill yourself purposely like a shitload just to start farming more. And I'm like, I don't really want to farm. I'm already going for 100%. And this game's given me almost zero reason to want to, like, swap weapons on the fly. Especially because it's just gotten easier and easier. And the bosses have always been pussy shit. A world tour. Sometimes in Metroidvania, you just gotta do a world tour. It's fun. Sometimes you don't. Need to find something to play. Oh, you got a lot of options. Play Cocoon, that just came out, right? I want to do that soon. Yes, there you go. But yeah, with Fate Samurai Remnant, it's like, it's an Omega Force game. That's the Muso people. It's like, I'm already kind of, you know, rolling my eyes a bit. Yeah, the hook shots where it's at. A lot of tech. The writers are behind some of the worst Fate shit. But they say it's decent. More reskins for your pleasure. Working mirrors. Whoa. I mean, I could just put on all of my, like, money gear and try to get as much money and martyrdom points as possible. But I also don't really care, like, that much. Because that would make me, like, less resistant. And I'd kind of rather just get moving. I mean, I'm fun 100%ing it, but I'm not looking to go, like, ape shit on grinding. I find that to be kind of boring. You plan on me getting everything by the end, and it's not through 100% map, it's just like, I don't know, I'm interested in. These enemies are doing a lot more damage, so. Really, I have to jump right off of this one. Lame. I just find the movement mechanics being tied to the weapons be just kind of like, eh, especially when they're like cycle weapons. Oh yeah. Feels like they're so basic that they should almost just be like on a button or just kind of part of a kit, but it's just like a bunch of extra work for the ability to spawn platforms or to smack a fucking piece of wood or something. Man, the reverse castle, man. They gotta reverse the song. Is it though? We're in a new area. I mean, I guess we are upside down. It's a different location. We're in the mirror realm. That's the other thing, is I just don't want to like grind enemies. Like I don't need to kill these guys for like any reason. All it is a waste of my life. Let's never go up. I need it like right here. to do this. I don't know if it'll do it on its own. Maybe there's another one up here or something? Doubtful. I don't know how we can get that thing that direction. Okay, good. He doesn't realize I'm hitting him. I don't know if you can adjust it from the other side or something. Need 3 more babies. 3 more of the brothers. I say that, but I don't know why I'm sitting here killing these guys. Oh yeah, I don't need to kill them. I mean, I guess it's a safety thing, so I can explore. Maybe you can like flip it or something. I feel my body giving way. Mortality all of a sudden in one day. Oh, it just feels a little hot in my room, and I've been sleeping all day. I guess that's kind of an old person. I'm sleeping. I'm tired today. I was busy yesterday though. Is there a way to like get around this? Maybe there is. Maybe I can like leave this somehow. Then warp away, I guess. Jesus, I'm sweating. Quite the puzzle. When's he supposed to get that to you? Or when is your cable supposed to get to you? Oh, this starts from the bottom, so this won't work. Actually, I want to see what's up here. I hate that spell is like one of... I'm supposed to reach the guy up top. I feel like I'm playing a bullet hell, man. Well, cool. Yeah, I mean, I've got absolutely no idea about any of that. But it'll be an improvement over a camera, although I don't know. Phones these days do have pretty good cameras. Who's to say? I think maybe what you're supposed to do is adjust it, then warp to one of these and come back to from above to jump to where it is. Alright, well, that was a whatever journey there. At least we checked it. Yeah, I'm sure you'll figure out a lot of that once I'm going for a bit. I don't know if the more damage at max health is really doing a lot for me. Yeah, I need to warp from this angle. I could set that, then come from another area. The only thing even slightly you could almost consider a puzzle. 100 enemies in a room, man. Riveting. Most of them are reskins. Blocked off down there. Okay, so technically now I could go get that other thing. Gonna be a journey. One of those puzzles where it's like kind of just tedium more than it is really like super clever, but it's not this way. Not a whole lot, man. So I think the cool thing is, yeah, like, well, it doesn't even, it's like kind of a reflection. All it does is just teleport you to like, yeah, like a mirrored area that like, do they connect at all or do you have to jump between them? I mean, it's cute, but I don't think you actually have to do a whole lot. Let me go get this shortcut, I guess. Oh no, wait. There isn't one. Cool. 2 more babies. Will we find them all? I hope we find them both here. And there's not this moment where I have to like go all the way back through every fucking zone to find this last baby. I mean, I'd have to just look up a guide. I'm not gonna spend that kind of time. Because most likely what's gonna happen is we're gonna get them all, and they're just gonna give me some wood carving that I have to, that's gonna like suck or some shit for doing it. Not that I care about the award, I guess, at the end of the day. The reward, but it'd be cool if it was useful. Something significant. So just something to round out the 20th equipment system in this. I didn't. I tend to not until I've played them. Kind of a waste. I haven't even done the last one. I've been patient. I can be more patient. Sounded like it was good though. You guys were talking about it. So is that the last trial? Or story trial? It's bobbing. I guess they do have that like half patch. As long as that doesn't turn into some Obsidian Sanctum bullshit. Then whatever. Was it the Ruby Sync? Whatever that shitty Lich King patch was to like pad out the pre-cataclysm runtime. Makes sense, yeah. When is Dawn Show slated? Have they announced like a tentative release date? Jesus Christ, does it really respawn in the same area every time? A kiss. Summer. This might be the last of the kisses. I can turn it in real quick. We'll do it before the boss. God knows I don't really need it. Okay, got ya. Just like chatter. Every one of these in the area or something. How was the last wing of the raid? That's out now, right? I'm glad they kept that one going strong. Not that the 8-man was bad or anything. I don't think the stories in either of them have been very interesting. The larger ones, the Alliance raid was more interesting though, for sure. Getting the infinite rumble again. It's gone now. Okay. Jesus. All the high health enemies here. Yeah, I don't think I've been breaking every one of these. Oh, shit. I don't really have to worry about guilt, because we just don't really die as much anymore. I got rid of the 50% guilt thing. Okay, we need to go to the left side first. Now we gotta rush up there. There's too many distractions. There's like 2 things I had to smack. Area is definitely more tricky to explore. Considering this is probably like the final fucking area to explore, it's just fine. Problem is, I do think breaking all of these mirrors has meaning. It'll be easier to find them all if I haven't already. All the checkpoints and stuff grab. They come back. So unless you're supposed to do these in like all in one life, which I doubt, maybe you're just not supposed to do it at all. It's the mirrored version of the boss or something. Or the boss room. Melt the glass. What is this room? Just that other. But what does it mean? Anything? There hasn't really been like mysterious hidden shit. It might literally mean nothing. Goodbye. Scared on the baby situation, man. Not looking good. Don't know how many more zones are left, like I said, but like we're close. It very well could be all of them here, but up in the next couple little things, but don't know, man. We done the whole place? Well, whatever these doors are. I think that's like end game. Got 7% of the map left. I think we have all the wax seeds, so I'm gonna turn those in. And the kissy. Get the good music again, huh? Coming from the bottom or the top here is quicker, but I figured dropping down's usually faster. Just the sheer speed of it. Just kind of depends on.
From every sea call upon them.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. No, I don't know. I don't think so.
You are now free from punishment.
The music's been the best part of this game. My Spanish devs, it's a lot of like Spanish guitar and the clackers, whatever they're called and stuff. Doesn't really have that like yeah, percussion from like Diablo, where it's got almost like a rock thing in the background.
My body will melt and become one with this high tower that you can see from afar.
Maybe you're just recognizing this guitar as a Diablo guitar because nobody uses these kinds of guitars in games.
And I will watch
Like the
you
gritty look.
from its battle.
It's not had Diablo energy though. The whole thing.
Go, penitent one. Blessed be your...
Yeah, there's some of them. The best ones are the area right we just came from. And then the air place, I don't know what it's called. The Crown of Towers. The upbeat track. Diablo tends to be a bit more reserved compared to like this song. Not that all the songs on this have been like upbeat. Oh baby. Well, guess the baby's taken care of. This remembrance will be worth it. Yeah, I mean I can hear what you're talking about. But yeah. This game has far less like imagery and like symbolism and stuff, especially of the religious kind. But the first game is like steeped in like, is it Catholicism or just Christianity or whatever? That and kind of like the Spanish flavor and all that kind of stuff. Where this game has like a lot less like I feel like of an atmosphere. I don't really feel like any of the religious stuff. A lot of like the NPCs just kind of are in random places, and I couldn't even tell you what the overarching story is or anything. It tends to be far too wordy and trying to be way too like it's like Shakespearean prose or whatever to try to deliver everything to make it sound more mysterious or something. And it just ends up just being nothing. It's like nothing to latch on to. But like maybe the music and stuff, you know, maybe doesn't mesh because there's not much to mesh with. It's great on its own. I don't think the world has as much identity.
I am at your service.
I mean, I don't remember the first game super well in the first place, but it's much more identity than this has. Another piece of wood.
I have carved. May the miracle.
Reduces the cost of prayer. God, I hate when I'm at these altars and the controller's constantly rumbling. Like I said, I have rumble turned off too, so it's kind of goofy. They're just like jiggling the fucking haptic triggers for some reason. I wouldn't mind another hammer one, but don't have any of those. I don't think the crit chances ended up being that great. Damage at max health is cute, but it doesn't have so much max health that it just doesn't happen. In this combo system, I feel like getting that double bonus is so juicy that it kind of like almost corrals you in a certain type of build. It's like, oh, do you just want your weapon to have a base higher damage? I don't even know how much it is. Like, oh, more elemental damage? I was like, yeah, I do. So like, I'm generally going to push me to do those things, and those things tend to be in a tree for that specific weapon, right? I mean, it makes you think about whether that bonus is worth it or not, but because flat damage is just kind of king anyways, because that's kind of what everything is. It's like, I mean, yeah, there's some that are like, you know, your bile flasks do more, but most things are just like, what kind of damage do you want to get? Alright. Why wouldn't you pick the ones that like are gonna do extra damage, or give you damage and then maybe the rare one that's like healing you? Because I would say the regenerating health barely does shit. But because I get damage from it too, it's like, well, why not, right?
Oh, Paris, your further you may go, in the knowledge that...
Is that it, bro?
You may go.
How do I get into the room beyond? So the last level of health I got was like a secret bonus bit of health for always putting blood in the altar.
You may...
I gotta wonder if there's one with this guy for mana. There's certainly unlocked the door. I don't know if you unlock it at the very end or something or what. I don't know. I just don't know, Captain. Where's that merchant guy? He's still over here? I don't know if you get anything for finishing out the guild guy's quest line. To do that, I'd have to go kill myself a bunch and then save up money to like pay to remove my guild. Sounds ultra fun.
Blessed, feast your eyes. We have no more items left. Pray.
Fight the boss. There's definitely enough like spells and stuff left for like another zone. few more of these. Some of these I could buy. That one merchant has a couple more things. Oh, is this chick dead? I have an item that I was supposed to give her, I think. I don't know how you do that. I guess I'm not getting everything. Random fucking obscure bullshit. She asks you in like every fight if you want her to join, you in the fight. I'm like, no, I don't want her to die. I don't need the help either, right? And then I read this item's supposed to be useful. Because I was like, what is this item for, right? Like, supposed to like give it to you or something. You're supposed to give it to her, but I guess not, dude. Whatever. I mean, if they're gonna dick me out of 100%, I'll just finish the game anyways. I'm gonna play Fate Samurai Remnant. Well, what do you get from this? Like, she'll survive and help you with the boss fight, but... I get a thorn barrier from doing this. Must have just missed her or something. Must have walked right by her. Yeah, some of these people are saying she was never there. You have to get the oil before you break the mirror to access the boss fight. So you have to have gone randomly to the boss room area or something at like a certain point before you went to the other area and she'd just be there. I don't know. It's some goofy, missable fucking quest line. Whatever. Nothing more annoying in a Metroidvania than permanently missable shit. Makes you not care about getting the rest of it. That's for sure.
Anon, this glass sarcophagus, the relic of mine own
Maybe you can buy it
uncorrupted
from that
tongue,
guy or something.
and its secrets shall soon be
Oh,
yours.
you are.
Then this shadow can give thee no more.
Yeah, Fate Samurai Remnant's a semi-muso made by Omega Force. Written by some of the shittiest Fate writers in the business, so should be hype.
I go soon to that lodging between light and nowhere. This dove. Who
Thing is,
borrows thy
everything
colour
you
from
just
the
get is
raven,
another spell that I don't
escape your
care about.
gilded prison.
I'm just using the basic spell still, or some other stupid shit. No, sadly, Nos is the best one, despite having some horrific shit. I mean, extra last encore is really bad, but I'll take Nasu Giantess bullshit. Over anything from Extella. Chisel engraved wound. Emits a ghostly sound when approaching hidden corner. Do you not get that if she doesn't die or something? Nasu for sure. At least Attila was like endearing. And you gotta slide down her abs. Kodaka just doesn't go horny enough, man. He tries to give you the goofy horny bullshit, but it just ends up being fucking just stupid, man. At least Nasu just went unapologetically all out. This giantess bullshit.
Irrepressibly. Thus, Herald, hasten your steps to meet.
Some degen bait, yeah.
The resting time between hasten your
Can we kill this side boob lady? What is this Steely Battle Lance for? Each person's definition of occasionally is mysterious. It's different.
Above, dart the child cast your eye.
The child. Critical hits heal.
We are.
That's dog shit. Yeah, it sounds like a shitter. Why am I not surprised, right? I don't know how we open this. Envoys wrapped my body in soft linen. Let's just get to the end here and then we'll come back and clean up. The last babies might be here. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm not surprised. How did Rage of Bahamut get a decent fucking anime, like a card game? Dragon's Dogma can't pull it off, man. Capcom money means nothing. Never watched the Devil May Cry anime. I don't know if that was any good either. I know he's eating like strawberry parfaits and shit in it. That's really old. I think that was out even when I was in high school. Yeah, I think they just kind of do them to throw out something that's worth a quick buck. I don't think they're terribly worried about quality, just making their franchises multimedia above all. Yeah, the RE movies are at least funny. Although, man, Death Island was fucking just raw pain, man. Yeah, Death Island was the one we watched. Degeneration and the one after it aren't too shabby. Vendetta's just really funny, bad. But it like knows it. For Death Island, it was just like the animation quality was worse. The plot was like non-existent, just full of filler and shit. It was pure fucking cheeks, man. Bramble Blast, but dog shit. Little teleporting goofy assholes. It was bad. Holy fuck. The Mega Man cartoon. That's one where he looks kind of like a grown-ass man. But then not at the same time. No, dude, do it. I did a lot of sequence breaking and that shit. It's a lot of fun. It's designed around being able to do it. It's fun. Ain't nothing wrong with it. checky point. Ooh. Yeah, this song doesn't do much for me, man. A little too emotional, a little too emotional, epic. They're going for the somber lead up instead of the crazy lead up. Some energy. These guys have too much fucking health. I don't want to be a somber lead up. What, got being excited? Living yet that energy, man. That's not the right kind of emotion. Yeah, I don't think it's doing a whole lot. Okay, here we are. Okay, the infinite, thank you. You're gonna respawn me right on top of 20 dudes, too. How about that checkpoint, man? Like we've hit the point where the checkpoint should have happened. But I guess we're clearing a bunch of challenge rooms. Yeah, the teleport's behind you one. I might actually get rid of the extra fervor damage. Or the cost. And maybe instead of more damage for prayers, maybe I'll just put the damage on over here and then swap in 20% extra healing from my flasks. Oh, great. Well, what's over there, dude? It shows there's stuff underneath me, but okay, I have to take a leap of faith. Is it a shortcut? I guess. Dude, this is the regeneration speed. It's like, it's really not. I mean, it's got like no, it's really not useful, right? Might it being like the final reward for an entire quest line. What the fuck was the point in that? What's on the very bottom right? Ooh, wrong one. I'm just looking for the rest of the brothers, man, the babies. They're probably already somewhere else. The thing about the prayers is the one I use, the extra fire damage, there's no guarantee I can even use it. A lot of bosses aren't just sitting on the ground available to be hit. I wouldn't be surprised if a final boss is some kind of guy hanging in midair, right? Okay. The epic teleports all around you, Skeleton Man. Truly the most interesting enemy. Now we have the guilt. Enjoy taking more damage. Ooh. Are there any babies here? This is just like one non-checkpoint zone for extra height. There's like shortcuts though. So. And you know I don't have to kill everybody. Two ways to get up here. I don't know which one's the quick one then. It tells me the anime swordsman one is not the quick one. It's probably the hard one. Yeah, this is definitely not the shortcut. Oh well. I do remember this shortcut though. More enemies. More bullets. More. The only idea this game has, dude, is just how much shit can we throw on the screen at once. It's like so devoid of any fucking like excitement. And the bosses, like, they'll look cool, but they end up being like the biggest fucking pushovers, man. Like, how many of these fucking battles have we done in this game, dude? Even just in a row here, it's been a lot, man. Just the epic final goofy fucking fight against all the reskins we've been fighting the whole game. I've been fighting this enemy literally the entire game. All of these guys, they're just reskins. This guy's not, he's just got more stats. A warp. Might as well put a fucking heal there too, man. Pretty much the same thing, right? Just more walking. I got these swords, man. I'll have to look up a map of the babies. Starting to think. There's not one to be found in this zone. I mean, what it is it's probably I just didn't notice one hanging slightly off screen in some like high area. That's just on the map somewhere. Unlikely it's in a secret spot. I mean, I'm 99% through the fucking map, so. I don't know if there's like secret endings. There's still obviously a bit more map left. Whatever this is.
This waiting. This endless waiting.
And the shit waiting directly to the right of the tower room.
The original penance. As old as the miracle itself. It appointed me first among penitents. Perpetual by its grace. Perpetual in awaiting you an eternity. My miracle, heed my prayer. Grant me thine blessing to fulfill thine holy command.
Showed the boss room was like higher up.
Dress my body in wounds. Lacerate the tattered parchment that clothes my flesh. For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last.
And I mean, they're always like in midair. Healing a 3 phaser.
Now let the Crimson Bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
Is he gonna ward me to the top? Is that why it's... Oh, great. Those D's I'm gonna get a hit once every 10 years as an attack quicker than my entire sword swing. Certainly got enough health. Of course. The infinite combo. Is this supposed to be the last guy? I don't want to be fighting the last guy yet. They point you up here, but there's nothing left on the map. I think it's kind of like a, hey, just kidding, this is actually the last spot here type of thing. Not sure. I'm sure there's some vague hidden bullshit. See if we can find the rest of the babies. Maximo's brother's location. was like a hidden ending? Okay. I have no idea. The last baby. Yeah, so you put all of these ones with the cloth in all the corners here. I don't even want to use any of these, but hopefully you don't have to for a fight. Okay. Well, it's good to know, not what I was here for, but might as well. I just want to see where the cherubs are. Doing the 100% cleanup here. The Forlorn Patio Shop. I haven't been back to that shop in a while. I was gonna take a trip there anyways. That gives us something, just miraculously selling more shit now. Well, I'm guessing we could get the first ending if we beat the guy, but I don't feel like beating him twice. One ending's enough for me. It's not like a Castlevania where I might give a shit. Or it's like a different fight. I don't know if it's a different fight.
I may have something.
Broken key. Oh, he sells all the shit.
Go now.
I mean, I did all this. I want to grab the last things and then all the little secrets and do the true ending instead. That boss seems like if I'm just patient enough, it'll be fine. Problem with this true ending is it looks like I have to use like certain altar pieces. It's just gonna make me suck. Oh, nice, dude. Ay, ay, ay. The kiss of quality crashing. We've had an infinite load, crash, infinite rumble, which requires me to restart the game. It said 91%. Okay, I was like, what? I was like, surely I've saved before then. Oh, it said 91. I was like, nah, I don't think so. I must have read it wrong. I was like, no way in hell, dude. Like how for the final boss, you don't even get to use your equipment system. You have to use some fucking goofy preset shit. The whole point, building it up.
I may.
I could be wrong though, I'm not exactly reading deep into it.
Go.
I could just warp out. That's good though that that's not completely missable. Just buy it from him instead. Sometimes I hate Imgur. I hate the fucking name. You have to like open the image like 20 times to get a version you can actually zoom in on, instead of just like have this ghetto zoom. How about you fuck off? No, I don't even know if that guy's the actual final boss. This map does have a picture of another guy up above. I want to read into that. Let's go turn this in while I'm looking up where these troops could be. I'm missing 2. I have no fucking idea where they would be. It won't be fun finding them. There's like a fucking troop locator. Oddly enough, there's almost like none in like some of the last couple zones. There's probably just 1 or 2 hidden in like the sky in some area I've been to. Without the double jump and everything. I think I'm gonna go check like really old areas first. There's one in the Benedicta room. I'm gonna check this. A little odd. I don't remember finding one in here. Well, there's one. Like, yeah, one being in a boss room that probably not there at the start. Now the other one though, I don't know if we'll be so lucky to find. the spooky music. There's some hands tied up. Was that other hand hiding them? Is the idea is that hand's like fake? I mean, it looks like that's the one the side boob lady is riding in on, maybe. It's a hint towards some story. Idea. Alright. Well, did we get 2 cherubs in the last zone? Why not? Let's check for this one real quick while we're here. Because I'm not too invested in the story, so just the true end will be enough for me, man. I don't even know if I want to like watch the other one. I already passed it. I'm sure we've already got this one. I feel like the last one's gonna be something goofy like we just had. Doesn't have pictures, it just shows the screen, it just shows the map. One above me here. We've already gotten that though. Yeah. I don't see myself having this though. There's one underneath me. I feel like I probably wouldn't have missed any of them at this point. I'm probably gonna want to go farther back. But there's a long run back. Yeah. Now the problem is, I have found some behind hidden walls too. Last night I was playing without audio. I just was recording audio. I found all the sisters, so I was like, oh, I'm good to go, man. No problem. I just smacked a random wall and there's one of them hiding, and they don't make noise, I don't think. So. I've been pretty consistent about smacking like every wall. But who knows, man? The wall unsmacked. Yeah, I remember getting this one, I think. Say I got that. I didn't mark one here, but maybe. Ah. Oh, there's also stuff. Okay. Alright, well that's pretty lucky there. Not too many issues. Somehow. God smiles upon me on this day of days. This is one of those I wish you could just scroll the map. Instead of just warp between the points. Kinda end up. It's like, you know, what direction on the controller is right when there's like 20 points. All in that direction. Oh wait. At least we didn't have to break out the map too early. There's some games I would just look around because they're just so fun to move in. Find them all myself, but this is one of those. There's so much Metroidvanias I'll just cut to the end. I just don't even care. This one, it's been fun enough finding everything. I don't find the movement and all that to be that juicy, but you end up finding most things just on the way, so I don't mind going that extra step. There's some that are just fun enough to move around. I just want to find them all myself. Like Dread. But I got other stuff to get to tonight. Not looking for a full map recheck. That's also the thing about Dread is they kind of help you along. Right? A lot of Metroidvanias like give you like some kind of detector or some shit if you're like at 95%. Which I don't completely agree with, but I think it's fine. It's good and it's bad. Giant rattle. Obrigado. Big baby. Jesus. Land on every fucking platform, dude.
Your deeds fill us with joy, penitent one. You shall always find a home in this garden. We surrender ourselves to your charity.
Thanks. Proximo.
Your deed, you shall always surrender.
Whoever you are. It's Proximo. I don't have enough money to get rid of my
at your
guilt.
service, penitent one.
Grinders.
I have carved. May the miracle.
At least they have like loadouts. Your altar. Yeah. Apply. Great. Not what apply means. I thought it was like apply like over that, you know, like save over it. Automatically regenerates fervor. Okay. Proximo. The automatic regeneration. Oh, good. Huh. We'll just do it anyways. Huh? 10% extra damage is a little too juicy to just not get abs. Oh, I hate this eternal rumble shit. Okay. There is another one now. I might not even get to use that other setup I just put down. I'll get what I can, huh? I don't know how much damage they take from getting hit. I don't know how you get the old man. Thought I already had it. Might be buggy. Maybe you only get one a playthrough. That'd be really cool. Oh yeah, the 10% more damage. Yeah, because it was a little suspicious that there were some of these rooms that I just couldn't get into.
We are.
Figured I'd look into it later. What's this? Incense of the Envoy. Okay. Am I good? Is that all I had to do? Apparently this doesn't even change the boss at all. Okay, I think I can actually swap back. That's cool. That it? Have I done everything I care to do? A 99% map. I assume 100's just the final bit. Oh no, wait. I've gotta go farm money to pay for my guilt to disappear. Unless I want to fight this boss on like hard mode. Oh, these are burnt now? What? You don't even get to actually use these? Okay. Cool. Useful. I don't think stun power is going to do much for me. Missing 2 statues. It's after I beat this next guy, apparently. Okay. How much is it going to cost to remove all my guilt? The ultimate grind. This price seems to go up every time.
So, as you
4,000 for this piddly amount of fucking guilt. I wouldn't care about the mana loss, but it cuts your defense down too. And it's like, I really just go through the whole game to just not have like all of my fucking power before the hard bosses. Kinda cool if like this guild system didn't exist. I've found it like completely unsatisfying. There's nothing really that's been like fun about it. And now all it does is culminate in a grind. I suppose I didn't have to buy that thing earlier, but pretty hefty grind too. And my controller is infinitely vibrating again. What the hell is that? Oh, I get hit and then... Okay, if I'm close enough when I get hit, it'll do some damage. Gotcha. It's funny for this secret ending, you have to like remove even more like options for your builds. I actually don't know if this damage when you're close thing is good. I don't think it is. I mean, it ups the base damage of my deal here, but like it's good in a way. Like if it like shot out, it'd be good, but it doesn't. Usually I'm like trying to stay kind of away from enemies, not give them the kissy. That way I could like outrange them. It's grinding right now, dude. What about that last one? I haven't gotten that. The old man in the chair. I figured that was from the quest with the old man and the wife, but never got anything for that. Yeah, I'm trying to see the pros of the guild system right now. You can get more money if you just stick with the guild. Yeah, so I can pay off the guild system with that. It's like, it's just not, it's not a very good like risk weight kind of thing. Killed all those enemies and I still don't have enough, man. It's like I could beat him without it. But then it's like, why, all the upgrading. Thing is, each time you die, you're gonna have to get guilt. So if the boss was actually challenging, then you would need to grind more to get your stats back. And at that point, you would just say, fuck it, that's not worth it, and just try to get good enough to ignore it. Which I think is funny. You would forego, like, part of what makes Metroidvania is fun, the upgrading and shit, just to, like, save yourself a grind. It's just, like, the most goofy idea. Now, it'd be one thing if you really, like, removed your guilt often enough where it was just, like, permanently gone. I'd be fine with that, but I don't think that's the case. Man, it's raining pretty good out. Chilly. Oh, you can't even get the last one until you beat the game. The Confessor gives it to you. Right. The dash? Yeah, dude.
So be it.
Telling you, man. The game has like a lot of your basic movement tech, but the way it executes it, the movement, the feel, the physics, the level design, makes it real cool.
Penitent one, I will.
Alright, I think I'm tapped. let's beat the last bosses. Yeah, they're good. Yeah, it's a great game. Make a separate save so I didn't have to grind guild shit again. This is one of those fights where having the rapier might actually be better. But I'm not used to it though. Ain't messing with it, brother.
For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the
They just
last.
cut into his like speech he left off on. I'm getting hit by that so often now. I got a better first phase than the last attempt. Oh, these
Now
cutscenes,
let
dude.
the crimson bindings finish what they once began.
Epic. Let's go.
My penance.
You got like a
is
10-hour
far
pause in
from
between each
over.
line. Really let it sink in. Hopefully beat it this try so I don't have to hear this shit again. I don't even know when he's like available to be hit. It's one of those fights where fast is king because he doesn't really have many openings. Like half of his attacks just look the same. That's the only one that like for sure you get like a nice little chunk of time. Like sometimes he'll do like 3 of those and then sometimes he just doesn't. You're supposed to like react, but I need to know when I can go in since this weapon's slightly slower. You just get fucked, I guess, man. I think I did better being aggressive. Jeez, I love the fucking homing attacks followed by 20 projectiles. Not a fun boss. I respect these kinds of bosses where they're more like actually dueling with you. But when he has like zero predictability, he has like one attack with like a for sure opening. It's kind of annoying. And the guild system's just an anti-learning system. It's really fucking shit. It just makes the boss harder every time you do it.
First penitent, and you
all these fucking cutscenes
shall be the last.
What are they thinking, man? Like, who wants to go grind for like 15 minutes to get back their defense? It's just like such a horrible fucking idea, man. I was hoping I could choose it that way. Oh, you can return fire. I didn't know that was a thing in this game. There you go. I just kind of smacked it. I was like, oh, it's green, fuck it.
Now let the crimson bindings
I don't think I have more of that
finish
shit.
what they once began.
Where you can, like, not just smack the ball.
My penance
Little strategy things like that.
far from over.
Okay, dude. God forbid you talked while you did your little segue. He like teleports next to you every time too. I don't know where to even go there. It's cool they bring all these attacks back. Cut to a very different art style, man. The Dawn Blues. have like 1 health. At least he was a little harder. Problem is he was... You could learn how to dodge each individual attack well enough.
The child is born. The clouds open up before thee,
But
and shed
problem is he would like warp
crimson
you a lot
tears.
and only have like openings in like very specific moments. And there's a lot of times where he would do one thing and then not do it the next time. Like he'd only shoot 1 projectile instead of like 2 or 3. So you kind of had to just get good at dodging single things and just play the waiting game. Even if there was an opening, it's like, well, you don't know if he's gonna follow it up with 20 other things.
Thus begins the work of the high dramatist.
The dramatist.
The cloud. Thus.
Who are you? I still don't know who you are. I'm gonna save this money because I might need to pay my guilt if this boss fight's actually difficult. We'll see. The flames came in handy there. Buffing their power would have been good. We'll see if this is a boss fight where I can actually use the flame. Probably not.
I am at your...
Some giant floating body.
I have carved a new... May the miracle...
Instant movement. Oh, that. Not the slide. I mean, it's pretty fast already, man. I don't know. This is the one that I would have liked it to matter for, the slide. I don't think I care. Okay, let's finish the fight. What's that achievement list looking like, man? Curious. 49%. They must have quite the list, dude. All of the rosary beads. I'm sure some of these are things I have to purchase. Some of these are probably missable. Find all the hidden symbols. The fuck? Oh, great. Kill bazillions of enemies. I'm just curious what these are. No intent to get them. I was like, damn, we're almost done. It's 100%. We're halfway. Sense of the envoys. The envoy. Hopefully this is a cool fight to learn. Or it's at least fucking easy if it's gonna be annoying. I'll take either. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my prayer can reach that. The heart.
Higher will. Incorporeal and inscrutable fathers. Devotion itself. Embodied in weathered flesh and gilded filigree. Your magnum opus. Though I am crowned with your glory, why do you censure my presence alongside you? What is this obscure darkness of unanswered cries that prevents me from understanding the purpose of my birth?
I don't even know who you are, bro. Wanna kill
The
you?
same crimson clouds that heralded my welcome. The grave omen of your judgment. If this confrontation is proof of thy dignity of your glory, then so be it.
Okay. Oh, doesn't work. Oh, this barely doesn't. Maybe one of these fights, huh? Jesus, just non-stop damage. Sucks when those spawn right next to you because you're standing on the thing where you do damage. Oh good, you can't get your guilt back. You just permanently suck more. And you like immediately jump away then back in. Be cool for this one fight the guilt didn't rise up. Just one. It's just a shit mechanic. At least I got a couple I can remove it on. Okay, it's still here at least. That's good. Uses a little heal. That's probably its best use. Hopefully this guy doesn't actually speak. Good. Jesus, really? Well, at least it's skippable. Gonna have to destroy the flowers. these two. Okay, he just fell down, dude. That was a lot easier.
Doth thou respond to my pleas? With pain?
Yes, kill him.
Pain in the flesh. Yet your very flesh I am. Pain in the heart. Yet your heart itself I hold. My punishment will be your sole legacy.
Dialogue, man. I feel like it's just trying
And
too hard. It's deeper than it is. Or maybe I'm just so disconnected from the story it comes across that way. I'm all for like the vague, artsy, purple prose shit, but
The devotion of the many
just throwing the dialogue out there and like, that's it.
suffered pain. The affliction cometh to an end, for the icon falls, and with it, the miracle's designs, and its will so capricious. And so you shall ascend, both in body and soul, through dreamed kingdoms, to the holiest of places, to the cradle of all blessings, safe under our watchful eyes. And once there, you will be captured within the ancient canvas of light and time. The penitence is thus complete.
Is that the special ending? More like it was just the ending. My power might go out too, we'll see. Cora? It's alright. It's not like bad. It's a serviceable Metroidvania. I would say I like the first one better though. While some of the art's good in this, I just feel like there is a more cohesive style, a lot more fun, like varied things to come across in the first one artistically. The executions, the like religious imagery, it just felt stronger on that front, and that was already the main reason to play the first one. Gameplay wise, like the multi-weapons thing, there's like no reason to swap, and there's so many reasons to keep just one. Builds that focus on single weapon damage, the combos of the let's let me turn this shit down. Your wooden carving combos that are only for single weapon types, right? Stuff like that. So it's like you don't even really have a reason to swap in the first place. So it's like the first game, but just with like almost less options. The platforming, the level design in this, like most of when you're walking around too, it's just kind of these like gray, kind of just dull places and stuff. But more importantly, it's just the minute to minute, the level design, the enemy variety, the enemy layout, it just kind of blows. And they don't make up for it with like, feel like really crispy core gameplay because of like what I said. You're just kind of stuck with the same thing. And the mace is so great for utility. It's hard to want to do anything else. Like I would use something with block, but you get pushed with block and there's a lot of corner fucking and stuff. Like on that fight, I wouldn't be surprised if I even could block his attacks or parry the boss's attack. I'd just fly off the platform or something. So there's just like this lack of like cohesion, I feel like. Like there's a whole lot to buy and earn and stuff, but it's like, why would I want to do certain, I love the Spanish guitar, man. Why would I want to do certain kinds of abilities and equipment when they give, I can get like super bonuses for picking something else. You know, why do I have all of these weapons and all of these abilities on these weapons when they just kind of feel like they're worse off? Like, I started with the dual weapons because I like that kind of shit. Having the ability to hit from far away, often, above and below you is just too good for running around the battlefield. And the battlefield pre-bosses was much harder than any boss. And not the good kind. I find it the annoying kind. The, hey, here's a flat area with no jumping, no nothing, just a flat fucking room with like 50 guys in a row. They're all reskins, they got goofy attacks. Like, good luck. And you're just like, it's not like that hard. I wouldn't call this a super hard game. If anything, it wasn't the first one harder, but it's got that annoying kind of ness to it. Like, yeah, the bosses were piss easy for the most part. You die maybe once, twice a boss. And that's being extremely greedy. I'm super greedy. It's just like, you know, I'd rather those be something like those are more fun, even though they're easier, just because you have to like. There's a little bit of learning. There's a little bit of seeing yourself jumping around doing stuff. Or you fight so many of the same enemies, man. The enemies. I feel like in the first world, you've seen already over half of the enemies because they're gonna just reuse them. Oh, it's the candle guy who's really annoying with a fucking like almost across the room attack, but now he attacks twice in a row, and he's gonna be in the room with a tankier mace guy, and then like 3 projectile dudes. It's just like, so that kind of sucks. So I mean, if your footsie's kind of gameplay with the methodical, slower Souls type of thing is not very good, it's like, well, maybe they got like nice platforming, or you know, a nice pace of upgrades. And it's like, no, I didn't even get double jump for like 10 fucking hours or something. It felt like. I mean, I played this for like 20. No, I like how they got this song going. Yeah, because it's one of the better ones. So that kind of blows as well. I mean, technically you get different movement abilities. Each weapon is like very lightly used for platforming. Like, oh, this hits something that spawns platforms. This hits something that launches you, which is okay. And then this one allows you to do like a ground pound thing. And it opens stuff up. And it's like, I would rather those things, instead of being this like cycle toggle, just be something that you just work into your kit. And then the level design and the levels are made for that kind of like those abilities and stuff. I mean, the thing is, those aren't abilities anyways. It's you fucking flipping switches to do shit half the time, like the mace one. They're not fun. They just kind of require an extra couple of presses to do very basic shit, right? And it's like, yeah, it was more fun when I was starting to get double jump and dashes, and hanging off of the brothers' rings is not super fun, but I mean, hey, it's something. But at the pace, man. Compared to, say, like a Metroid, right? Which is probably it's a pretty high bar of, like, pacing, right? Like, yeah, you can beat Metroid Zero Mission in, like, 5 hours. But you're getting, like, a fucking major upgrade every, like, 30, 20, 30 fucking minutes. If quicker than that. And you're also getting a bunch of perma shit on the side. And this is a very different approach there. It doesn't have to be like that. But like I said, well, if the combat's not really doing it, the art's maybe not as solid. There's some cool art. I don't think it's always, like I said, super cohesive with any kind of story, and a lot of the NPCs, which will just kind of appear out of nowhere. But it's like, what has it got? Like, where does it make it up for it? And it's just, I just don't find in many places it does. It's a serviceable Metroidvania. It's not like that annoying. It's not that bloated with annoying, goofy shit, or, it's still, the combat's still fun enough, right? Like, it's not just pure pain, but I feel like it's a step down from the first game. And I never was like a massive fan of the first game. I liked it enough to play the second one, but yeah. Also, I feel like, we talked about the art, but the general atmosphere, like story-wise and stuff, is just like, I just felt nothing from it. And I'm the kind of guy who'll read like every lore piece on like Elden Ring or some shit, right? Like, or like deep dive into some random lore and some bullshit. I just don't think this grabbed me. Like I said, I don't think the first game's story grabbed me too much either, but at least the atmosphere, the religious atmosphere, and just kind of that art just really seeped in, and you really enjoyed that kind of stuff. And this, everything was kind of just more haphazardly thrown around. The NPCs were far too verbose for what they had to say, which was not much. There's your lore about the miracle and them getting, you know, morphed, but it's still, hey, there's the 4 video game guys you have to beat up, and then the 5 doves, the MacGuffins you have to go get. It's not exactly, you know, like high art or something, but it's got this, like, you know, I mean, which is fine. You can have it be that way. I mean, Dark Souls has it that way, but the lore's still interesting. But I don't think the world's, like, maybe just because the visuals, like, immediately interesting to make you want to dig into this. What? What was that? To make you want to dig into that lore. To dig into those items and all that. Lock ending B. Huh? Did I not get ending B just now? Isn't that the whole idea? Or can you not do the secret ending first? Or maybe ending B is the shitty one. It is more gotten. But it's just like, so it's like if the story is not immediately like gripping, or the atmosphere is not strong enough to kind of make me want to dig into this background story. It's like, okay, well, you don't got me there. I would say the strongest thing in this game is the music, absolutely. Without, why do I have 99%? Yeah, without, I would say, any competition. The music really gets you going. It's feeling good, it's feeling nice. Yeah, no, it's a pretty big downgrade from the first one, and I don't think the first one was godly. It's got Spanish guitar. The music's great. Get the soundtrack, but it's not. It's a serviceable Metroidvania if you just need one. But if you haven't played the first, play that, and then that's if you know. Unless you just absolutely love the first one, then this one's probably not worth it. Play much better to watch, and this doesn't say that different, but when you have them next to each other, you really see the difference in their design and pace. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just don't feel like I said, atmospherically and stuff. If like the location of items, where NPCs are, whether they even fit the zones, what they're saying, like an overall like aesthetic, like cohesion. Like I said, in the first one, it kind of had this religious thing, like. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just like random variety, but it's just not enough. And the Metroidvania pacing's just really shit. There's so few upgrades, man. And it's like, that's fine if you want pretty much how you start the game to be how you end it, but it needs to be really damn good. Most of the game is just spam and square, like a Castlevania. In a Castlevania, I'm leveling up. I'm going between way more crazy zones. I'm finding way more interesting upgrades. I can swap between way more weapons, you know. The pace is just tighter. It's like it's okay to have like basic kits and stuff, but I don't know, it just needed that like something. This is one where the music was great, but it can't carry it. Yeah, that's my thing. Is like it's not even about like detail, right? It's just about like, you know, where you are, what it means, how it's composed, right? Like a lot of this game is running in straight hallways, fighting just assloads of really high health enemies. That's another thing. Like I said, so many copy pasted enemies from the first game, even with no new kill animations really. And then even though they are from the first game a lot of the time, they're also reskinned and used. Like I said, I think in the first level or two, you see half of the enemies in the game essentially, because they just get reskinned and used so much. And it's like they give them a new attack, but it's just like 2 attacks in a row or something. You know, that's their new attack. This game honestly feels like it's got like budget issues, man. Maybe it doesn't, but like, I don't know how you go from the first one, which was a totally fine Metroidvania, and kind of like do it worse. It's not bad. It's like alright. I mean, I don't love the first one either. I don't consider it like a must-play Metroidvania. I think it's serviceable. I think go for it if you like the art. If you don't like the art, I think that's most of it, but this one isn't as platformy. Yeah, but this, well, I mean, so to be fair, I don't remember a whole lot of the first one. And I said that a few times throughout this run. Yeah, I don't find it terribly memorable outside the art because, like you said, it's kind of just thoroughly mediocre in a lot of ways. But I would find this one to be a bit more aggressively mediocre. And that's another thing is, like, even if it was just the same game, that would be kind of a problem. Because there is a lot of room for improvement. But, like, it doesn't do that either. It's like a downgrade. Like, every little bit of the combat I can't really remember from the first game as much. But I can't say, like, you know, the religious aesthetics, the cohesion of the visuals with the NPCs, and all that kind of stuff. The pace. I think that game was a little quicker too, but yeah, this one has a lot of those same issues with split up weapon variety now. It just has so many systems that just don't work together very well. Like, there's a lot of equipment in this, but it's all damage percents. There's like 3 weapons, but there's no reason to swap to the other ones even though you can. The guilt system is horrible. I'm so fucking tired of these games with these fucking death punishment things. They're just not, like, if you're gonna do it, make it interesting, right? Dark Souls did it because it added a risk. It added something you could lose on the run back. In this, you die and you just lose stats and you can't get them back until you just go back to town and pay a guy to get your stats back. What the fuck risk is that? It's like, yeah, you can go pick your stats back up, but you only get like half of them. So you're always permanently losing stuff until you go pay a guy. And I mean, the benefit is supposed to be the more stats you lose, the more money you get. But until you pretty much have nothing, you don't even get a 50% bonus. And it's like, well, because the system doesn't let you get a bunch of perma upgrades, you have to choose which statues you want. And those statues can be comboed to emphasize a certain weapon. You don't even need most things in this game. I was using the same spells, and I didn't even use most of the spells. Because your fucking mace resource is the same as your fucking spell resource. Make them separate. Let me weave in some cool attacks and then throw some shit out. It's like, I don't know if they're trying to keep the pacing so slow to kind of match that more methodical style, but it ends up just kind of feeling a lost opportunity or just kind of boring at times. Yeah, exactly. There's not many fun upgrades. In this, you get to pick one weapon, and then you'll get the other 2 as you go. And each weapon has a traversal mechanic attached to it, and that sounds cooler than it is. One is you ring bells and they spawn platforms. Another is you smack mirrors and they warp you. And the third one is from enough height, you can launch yourself down and break doors open. And like, the level design just isn't, like, having to swap to them and how the levels have to be kind of made perfectly to make any of these even work. They're just not that fun. Other than that, you get a double jump, a dash, and the ability to hang from rings. And that's fucking it. Oh, also the ability to jump off of stuff on walls. Certain things, and it's like, those are fun things, but that's it. Over a 20-hour game, like, it's really fucking simple. And like, that would be fine if just the combat was that good, right? Like, it's not like a good paced, like a Metroid upgrade kind of game, but it's also not really that juicy of like combat to just be okay with the same fucking essentially same gameplay for 20 hours in levels that are just fucking like gauntlets of enemies, man. I mean, it is an improvement in a way, but it's still not like as much of a stride as it needs to be. I mean, the enemies are still, like you said, it's just a lot of hallways with fucking just lots of dudes that have way too much health. Like, think about like Castlevania, Metroid, right? I bring those up not because they're, I mean, they are really good, but there's other good indie ones and stuff. I'm not saying they're the only good ones, but they're a good example because most people played them. There's enemies that get killed in one hit. They feel good. You can be like dashing and doing like cool jumps and killing guys and like kill a zombie in one hit or something, and then move on, and it's got like a flow, or you're shooting certain guys and there's like, you know, Metroid, and there's like a bunch of them, but then there's the big guy and you can like freeze him and you can shoot him with certain stuff, and there's like a strategy, and it's like, in this, it's like everybody just takes a lot of damage. So you're always just stopping before a guy, hitting him for 10 years, having the next guy come up, hitting him for 10 years. There's like a little bit of play if you're using the mace. With verticality, well, most of the levels, it has parries, but why bother? The parries push you back. Enemies will corner bang you. So there's like an enemy that pushes you, right? So if you parry the guy who pushes you, or if you block him, he'll push you into the corner and stand on you, so you'll be taking damage from him. There's also guys where they'll shoot at waves and you'll block it or parry it, and you'll have to keep like repeatedly doing it, and then you'll just move away from him. And it's like a high risk thing with like sometimes zero benefit. There's bosses that just you wouldn't be able to parry because they're too high up. No, you can counter, but it's just a tighter timing. But there's a lot of situations where it just doesn't matter. It's not a universal skill you can use, and it's only on a certain weapon you can do it. Well, I think you might be able to parry on the sword too. The mace, you can't do it. You can do it with the rapier. I'm gonna show you. So you can do it with this. Yeah, no, this one I didn't parry at all. This is the weapon I started with, but the parry was like so risky in the beginning. And like maybe it gets better later? But I found that this was so risky and there were so many situations where this just put you in a corner and got you fucked, or you couldn't counter. And then on certain bosses it just didn't even matter, that I just didn't even bother. Like this weapon is like high damage if you can keep your chain going and you never get hit, but like good luck. So I ended up just deciding, well, the bosses are really easy in this, but the running around's a little harder. This thing has crazy range, high-low, like elemental fucking augmentation. And so I just do this the whole game. I just fucking play footsies with this giant mace. So you can hit dudes underneath you, hit dudes above you, and it does pretty good damage. It hits twice every time it hits them. Sometimes 3 or 4 if they're big enough. Compared to this, which is nothing. I mean, yeah, you get like a couple abilities, right? But so does this thing, so it's like you can... I almost never use this. I don't have the time to charge up and use this because it takes too fucking long. And then a lot of its other abilities require like lighting up and shit. But that uses the same resources as your spells, so like you either won't use them or you don't care. The guild system cuts your mana, so it's like if you die, you just don't even need to use it at all. So it's like, why use this even if it's maybe more single target damage? If it's like that risky, right? Then you get this, which is like, I mean, not even that different from the other one. I mean, you get a little bit more like uppercuts and like dash downs and shit. And the thing is, it'd be cool if you swap between all these weapons and they all had like a purpose, but you can't upgrade them all. There's just not enough stuff unless you grind like crazy. Only at the very end, 100% playthrough, did I even get close. To upgrading a third weapon. And so it's just like, and that's my thing. The thing is too, it's like they don't have like a utility over each other. And this system where there's like bonuses based on combos you use, like this combo with the candle in the middle here ups your mace damage. So if you're making the builds based on single weapons, why would you swap to another weapon that might not be upgraded, might not have your build set up at all? And don't forget, these statues here are for a certain weapon too. Like, to get this bonus, you have to use things that kind of go towards the mace. So it's like, that's fine if you want to make a game that's like you pick your weapon and you stick to it. But like this ends up being the whole game then, because the core kit for this is like, it's useful to just smack, but like it's, other than like lighting up and doing this shit, there's just not enough utility in it. Shit takes too long or just doesn't have enough fucking like use. You can't block with it. It's just like, I don't know. That's my thing, is like, it's not fucked. Like, it's still fun doing that, but it's like, it's just not tight. I would have rather swapped to different weapons. Wasn't there a swap system in the first game with that one weapon? I don't remember. Maybe that was just a rock, paper, scissors system. Well, like, it'd be cool if I was swapping to different weapons as I needed them, right? I don't know if you can counter with this one. I think you might only be able to block. Oh no, you can parry. I don't hate the game. There's just a lot more to say that's negative. Yeah, that's my thing, is I find too many of the moves because it's just you in a straight line fighting lots of dudes most of the time to really be that useful. Like when you charge up, it takes a while and you move really fucking slow. When am I gonna charge up, jump in the air, and do a spin? There's like 3 enemies that float in this game. When the fuck am I gonna pull any of that off? When I could just do this and hit them twice each time and like play it safe and like be moving and ready to, you know, ready to roll. It's just like the enemy design and the layouts are just weak, man. It'd be one thing, like I said, if there was like a utility behind the other weapons. I mean, this system here, it's like, oh yeah, you know, more equipment, but I mean, they're all resistance. Like if you're having trouble with a single boss, you could pick like more fire resistance or something. But why would you use anything other than resistance to all magic or resistance to physical attack? It solves itself. Like, yeah, you get more martyrdom points. So like if you're greedy and you want some more points, you can use that for most of the game, which I did. But like I said, you only need to upgrade one weapon. You don't need to do that at all. More money? I mean, yeah, the guild system requires you to spend money, but you could just skip buying most things because most things aren't permanent upgrades. They're equipment that if you pick a single weapon, you just ignore most of it. Oh, they're all resist the rosary things, yeah. I mean, almost all of them. There's one that's like reduces damage from traps and falls, more money, more martyrdom points, but most of these with the shields are resistances. This one lets you find hidden corners, and it was like at the very end of the game. This one lets you reduce the amount of guilt drop. Well, the thing is, there's this system too. This is more that kind of shit. You get damage, you do damage to enemies around you, stun power, but they're mostly stats too. It's like strength, automatic, generation. This is one of the more neat ones, but it's kind of useless because your dodge is already quick. You just dodge quicker. This one's more power. This one's reduced dodge cooldown, timing on block, critical, damage, timing on your special, more healing. Like, these are okay, but the problem with this system, like I said, is since they combo, and since most of them are stats, you're just going to pick ones for a certain weapon, and then maybe some survivability, and then just not ever even think about anything from the other trees. Yeah, the cool ones are just here, and this system is just like, yeah, just basic, essentially just like equipment upgrades. If the game was hard enough, maybe the resistances you would like min-max, but usually there's so many mixed elemental types, why bother, right? Of course there's going to be physical, of course there's going to be magic, so why bother with anything that isn't like a catch-all, right? And other than that, I mean, the bottom right there, that's all of your upgrades in the game. And then these two weapons, the 2 weapons you didn't start with. So 4 upgrades. And it's things like being able to hang off of rings. And then you get your spells too. And it's just like, because the mace uses the fucking mana, I was like, why do I even want to bother with these, man? Like, I really wish the mace had its own, like, ammunition, essentially. I used this chant, this one right here. I didn't bother. I used a little bit of the summon and a little bit of the one that protects you from stuff. But because there's a system in play with the wood figurines where you can get more damage with a certain element, why would I swap to another element when I could just use this one? So the mace has fire, so of course I'm going to add fire. Why wouldn't I use fire on this too? So I'm going to squeeze this the whole time. So it's just like... And I mean, you could say, well, that's a build, man. You could just choose to not do it like that. Or it's like they could design it in a way where there's a bit more cool, like, design in a way where there's builds and having to make choices, but not at the cost of like fun. Like, let me still swap to other weapons and not have it just be a joke. Or like, I'm purposely like playing like way shittier just for that sake. Because it's supposed to be a hard game, right? Like, why would I just get myself... It's just like, it's cute, but also just kind of like it changes how you like all the upgrade, like finding stuff in the world. I'm like, oh, I found another wood carving. I'm like, I don't really care because I already got my wood carving set up. Or it's like, you know, you find some health and that's always good. I mean, there is like the potion upgrades, the mana upgrades, unlocks for like challenge rooms and shit, which tend to just give you one of the above kind of thing, but. Like, that stuff's still fun. Like, it's still fun finding stuff and upgrading what there is to upgrade and just collecting stuff. It's not like the combat just sucks. Like, it's smooth enough. It's just very simple. And the level design and enemy variety and layouts are just very simple. And you could just see so much potential for more from the combat and everything. And even just the Metroidvania elements, right? There's just not much you're really upgrading. That's not just stats after a bit, so it's just like you could just see there's so much more potential for stuff, and that's not even talking about the cohesion of like the atmosphere and the story and all that. I mean, the music's great. I think that was awesome. Great soundtrack. I'd recommend it for any Spanish guitar enthusiast. But yeah, that's kind of, I mean, there's a few whatever songs. I don't like this song. It's kind of like somber build-up bullshit for the finale. But some of these songs slap, man. Or nothing from one. Yeah, it's just... Like, it's hard to even argue that it's even a big upgrade from one. I'd almost say it's just a downgrade. Because at least one had like, okay, the art isn't bad in this. But one had a pretty good bar for art. And like I said, it was kind of cohesive with what kind of story they were going for. I wasn't super into the story or anything, but like, their whole religious feel and all that. And the violence and all that was strong, right? It was cool. Or this doesn't even really have that. It's a lot of gray fucking cobbled rocks and stone, man. Not in every zone. There is a lot of different aesthetics, but a lot of the time I just don't feel like they really pop, man. Like, it's crispy pixel art, you know? There's nice layered backgrounds. The music's popping, but because so much of the level design is just like fighting assloads of dudes in a fucking straight line or just jumping up vertical fucking, you know, stuff like this. It's just... It's hard to really care. And then it just doesn't really work with any kind of story they're trying to tell. So it's like, I mean, the only reason I bring it up, because it's not like stories like matters that much in these kinds of things, is that the art was kind of like the big thing in the first game. For that matter, the cutscenes also, I mean, the art on the cutscenes is crispy, but it's at odds with the rest of the game for sure. Shit's looking like some like 70s, 80s cartoon or like some Don Bluth shit, which is crispy. It looks crisp, but it's so clean. Has none of the grime and like look at, like I've said that, like look at the back of like these stones, right? There's just shit. They're just like nasty and there's shit all over them and there's just like cracks. But then you get into the art and it's just like really clean, like two-tone color with like there's barely any like, you know, imperfections, and it's just got this very clean one, like this cartoon style, and it's just it doesn't look bad in its own right, but it doesn't really mesh with the pixel art, which is already, I feel like, a little lacking in this compared to the first one. Still better than your average game's pixel art, but I don't know, it's not just about the detail and stuff, it's about how it all works together. And it's kind of like we're talking about ESA. It's like ESA doesn't have even close to as good a pixel art, but I find the zones more interesting just because the layouts, how they fit into like the atmosphere and all that shit. The cutscene guy, I don't remember the cutscenes in the first game well, but I will not forget the contrast of the cutscenes in this from the rest of the game. They're very like kind of more cartoony. I'm sure they cost a fair bit of money too. I just don't know if it's really worth it, especially in service of this world and this story. I don't know. I mean, they still look good. That's my thing. Is like it's still fun. If you really like Blasphemous 1, go ahead and play this. If you didn't like Blasphemous 1, don't. I don't think this is, unless you just really are curious. I wouldn't bother. That's like that. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with hallways with enemies, right? Castlevania does everything, does it, but like. And it's not like egregious, right? I mean, there's still a fair bit of like jumping around and stuff. It's just that you end up stopping and like fighting enemies for so long, you find yourself just standing in front of a dude smacking him for 10 hours more than anything else. If there's just like something to like mix it up, it'd be like whatever. Like this is the vertical zone and I'm just like, I don't know. You get the idea. There's your traversal mechanic, dude. I smack a bell. And eventually the wave reaches something and makes a platform up here. It's not like the worst, but that's the thing, is like, it's not the worst, but like that's all there is, right? Like, like any one of these things would be fine in some other Metroidvania. Like, here's the enemy, you see like almost the most of the game is super annoying. See, that's another thing is like, look at the range. I can get out of his like range of attack. Whereas like, this is like, so this thing's fully upgraded right now. Oh. There's your parry, yeah. So you can parry, but it's just like, why even bother, man? I don't know. Like, yeah, you could play the whole game with this and it'd probably be cool. And it's got like a combo point system where you can like spend it. And the thing is, when you swap back, you lose it. So there is no swapping. Like, you lose the electricity, you lose the point at the bottom of the deal there where you could use like a super move. You're supposed to just, and obviously I don't have a wooden statue built up for it. Like, the backgrounds look great. I mean, you know, there is good art in it. But like, it does feel like this area just came out of nowhere, right? Like when I'm going and like hanging out with an NPC, he's supposed to be underground, and then he looks like he's floating above the air. It's like some Dark Souls 2 shit. And not in like some kind of dreamy, cool way or anything. It just feels like they kind of just kind of shadow all out. It'd be cool if like certain weapons would just work better for certain enemies, but that would require much more dynamic combat. Or the lazy way. Just have it be a rock, paper, scissors system. The blue guy can only get hit by the blue weapon kind of bullshit. Which is really, I don't like that shit, generally. I mean, it can be fine if it's got like nice like feel to it, regardless of like the rock, paper, scissors shit. I honestly didn't even use the other weapon at all. Like that, like you block it, but then you get caught in a corner with guys. It's not a problem in the late game because you get way too strong, but it is a problem early. And it made me switch, and then at that point I just didn't want to switch back. Like, you could play it. I'm not saying like these weapons suck, but it's just like whatever weapon you pick, and this one has just so much more utility. This system just kind of makes it not work. When it's like, why not make a system where I just kind of swap between them all, right? Hell, dude. Once again, even Castlevania, man. I can swap between 2 full builds, man, and Arya and like Dawn and shit, can't I? At least in Dawn. With their own like specialty perks and spells and their own builds and equipment and shit. I could have my utility weapon and then swap to my DPS one. And like you could in this, but you can't swap this shit. This doesn't matter, I guess. It's just like, you can't swap. I mean, you can swap your spells on the fly, but even the spell to go back home, you have to sit in here and swap. And it's just like, it's not even worth the quality of life problems at that point. It's just tedious. No. Anyways, it's still fun enough. I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's just kind of okay. It just has a lot of issues and there's a lot more potential. I just don't think it lives up to what it could be. You can see a lot of systems at play. A lot of nice things like art and music here and there, but just none of it really comes together. And when Metroidvanias are there's so many. And there's so many great ones. It's just like, I mean, yeah, it's really competitive and shit. And I mean, I just like playing them, so I mean, that's kind of where I'm getting off. It's just like, I just like playing Metroidvanias even if they're not great. I think it's just like, you know, why this one? It's the first game you could say it's the art, but this one I don't even know, man. Maybe I just was so annoyed by so much of the stuff in this, I didn't really take a look at a lot of the art. Like, this looks good, right? I mean, that might just be a lot of it. Because there's just a lot of really good Metroidvanias. So you're always comparing to like these like god games, right? I mean, it also means there's a blueprint for pretty good shit. I don't know. I didn't even find this one like that methodical, right? I guess there wasn't really a whole lot of blocking going on. I mean, there was some schmoving around enemies and stuff, but I don't know. That's my thing. Is the whole methodical Souls combat in like a 2D Metroidvania. I was like, it just ends up being fucking Castlevania, but like sometimes worse, man. Like, it just doesn't really work the same without the 3D movement. Like, you could still have it, right? Like, think like an old Castlevania game, like a 1 through 4, like Infernax or some shit, right? Where it's like, you kind of have to like patiently wait and like go for your hits and stuff. But, like, that thing's kind of existed. I don't think this really like carves some kind of like new ground or something. A novelty for gameplay styles. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm not trying to say I want to be like some dodge psycho or something. I'm fine having to play footsies with the guy, but when you have weapons like this, it's like, well, it's like, why would I get up there when I could just, I mean, this is a little more extreme, but it's like, why even bother, right? There's many more instances where you can actually just go crazy. I wish I could have used this more. I don't think I ever used this. This is the more range than this. But I don't even know if this does more damage, man. I don't think I ever used it. Only a couple times when I was underneath dudes, right? I don't know, that's my thing, is like, that's a cool move. There's lots of cool stuff. But it doesn't have like any use, man. And sometimes style is all that matters, right? I mean, like an character action game. Like, I'll just do stuff in those games just because it looks cool, but because of the difficulty in this game and all that, it's like, and the fluidity is just not really there. It's like, I just don't feel like I'm going for style ever. I mean, I think one's just solid, it's fine. I'm not like in love with it. I never said that. Like I said, I think the art's really important. I think 1 had a bit better there. How long even was 1? I mean, this is 20 hours. I don't know. I mean, half of the enemies in this are from the first game too, man. I don't know. I mean, I don't see why it's so crazy that I would like the first one more than this. I think the first one was just fine, I guess. Yeah, about the same length then. So I don't find the first one ultra memorable outside the art. And I don't think I've ever recommended it as like a Metroidvania for anyone when there's so many out there. It's not like it's not worth the play. I've had somebody ask me if it was pretty good. I'm like, yeah, if you like the art, go for it. If you don't, then probably don't bother, because you can get a much better gameplay experience out of most other Metroidvanias. But if you like the art, I feel like it was more than serviceable as like just a kind of more methodical action thing. And I mean, I'm also a sucker for just Metroidvanias, right? I mean, if you don't like the genre much, then I don't like it at all. I'm not saying I don't like this one and I like that one. I'm saying this one's okay. And that one was decent. It's like that kind of range. Like it's a bit better. I mean, I like this one. I respect this one a lot less. Because it like should be way better than the first one. And it's like a step down, which is kind of sad. Especially in some of the areas where I feel like it shouldn't be. That's part of it. My thing is that even if it's just like a little bit less good, that's a lot of bad because it is a sequel. Yeah. I mean, if the first one was perfect and it nailed everything, then I get not changing shit. This one's core fundamentals, like, yeah, you have 3 different weapons this time, but like the amount of upgrades, the speed of the combat, the pace of the game, the level design, like stuff that the first one probably had that was an issue. Well, I don't remember with Ultra Clarity. They didn't really make any strides in. It's kind of just sad. Like, it's the same core issues when it really should be better. And then, you know, the best part of the art and stuff isn't really even as popping in this one. Like, there's good art. Like, this is good looking pixel art, but, like, just how it mixes into the story and how, like, most areas are kind of, like, when you're fighting enemies, nothing's really that spicy in the background, or it's all just kind of like graystone and shit. It's just... like, that kind of blows. Like, the music's great, but... that's it, man. And then you're getting these, like, new systems they put in, like, the equipment, and they're, like, more or less stuff from the first game split apart, and then they kind of, like, are just percentage stats and stuff, and, which would be already kind of whatever, but, you know, fine, stats, fine, you gotta have some stats. But it kind of corrals you into not even wanting to swap weapons. Like, so you have a 3-weapon system, and you just use 1 weapon the whole time. At that point, might as well just make it the first game again, man. It's like, well, you could swap to a different weapon, man. Yeah. And then have a shittier build. You know? Like, that's one of the fun things in Metroidvania is that power fantasy. Like, upgrading stuff, getting all these, you know, secrets, and combining them, you know, and then you end up stronger, and you're getting to do more cool stuff. It's like, yeah, I could just swap to another weapon, and then I just, like, forego all that cool shit, right? And by the time you can even upgrade another weapon with, your specialty martyrdom points, I mean, you're already almost at the end of the game, right? So it's just like, I don't know. And then it's like this one's just so much utility and shit, man. It'd be one thing if, like I said, all these had like some really cool use, but combat's just too simple. In the very beginning, there was a few times where I was like, oh, I'd rather use the parry than use this. But that stopped pretty quick. I don't know, man. Oh, I do know. That's not where I go from here. It's still fun. Like I mean, I 100% in it. There's plenty of Metroidvanias where I just will not. I'm just done, right? Or, I mean, I kind of 100% in it. There's like goofy and missable shit and crap you can only get in certain areas. It's just like, I don't know. I found it's one of those games where you always find yourself noticing some flaw or what could have been, especially. I mean, I feel like if I played the first game right before this, I'd probably be even harder on it. To the game's in the game's favor, it's probably good that I forgot most of the first one, that it was so kind of whatever.
So, so be it. The sack now go.
Well, they said when you beat the game, this guy gives you something. Did it like not count me beating the game or some shit? Because I like tabbed out. I didn't tab out, I PS5'd out.
Knew their thorns, scratch, but I will, penitent one, I will.
I mean, this guy's cool, or is like the flowers keep. There's like some NPCs that have like cool ideas, but they're just kind of here. It's just an assortment of like random cool shit, I guess. I mean, you could say Castlevania is like that too, but it has a theme of like, not a theme, but like, you know, it's the set dressing of being Castlevania is Dracula's crazy castle of monsters and goofy shit, so you're kind of more into just the what's around each corner, right? Like, it's the whole style. Or this is trying to tell this overly wordy story about miracles and all this and that. And it's just like, oh, well, here's the guy feeding his baby nipple milk, hanging off the side of the world inside of an underground tower. And I'm like, okay. And I like dreamy, ambiguous games that aren't clear and don't have direct storytelling. But this doesn't do anything for me here. I think maybe it's some of it's just the dialogue's a lot of it. Like, yeah, the cohesion with the art and the story is one thing, but it's doing this like Shakespearean kind of writing, and I feel like, I wouldn't say pretentious, but it's trying to cash a check. It's not writing. It's not. It is not as deep or as meaningful as like the overly wordy prose would give you. I guess it's just trying to sound more like old-timey and like fancy, but it ends up just kind of losing the meat. I don't know, maybe I'm just stupid or something, or just don't want to interact with it. I mean, I did find myself just tapped out from the story pretty quickly. I do like this combo. I mean, it just ends up being essentially 3 presses in a row of something. You're not really doing anything. Just costs mana, but it feels cool enough. I mean, that's all of my mana, and if I wanted to cast a spell, it's the same resource. Like, I just don't cast spells though. Oh yeah, I forgot this had Spanish. I meant to change it to that, I never did. The thing is, the first game felt more of like this Catholicism Spanish thing. This one just doesn't really have that identity. I mean, the music's for sure. Maybe the Spanish would have helped there. At least to just mask it. I mean, I'd still have to read their fucking dialogue. And they go on and on. Each NPC is talking for like a minute every time you meet them. The voice acting was okay in this. I mean, I ended up skipping a lot of it. I think for the kind of dialogue they're voicing, which would be something like some kind of stage play actor would be reading off, I don't think the voice acting is like that crisp. There's like a couple moments where the audio quality sounded kind of odd too, but for the most part it was fine. I don't think it was jarring. But yeah, the Spanish would probably be better. I mean, it's by Spanish folk. So probably the way to play it. I guess the final word on, I mean, we keep talking about it, I don't mind, but yeah, the final final take on it is it's cool enough. If you just really like Metroidvanias, or if you really like Blasphemous 1, go for it. But if you're iffy on Blasphemous 1, I don't think this makes great enough strides. And if anything is a worse game than the first one, in most departments, then I wouldn't bother. If you don't play a lot of Metroidvanias, I wouldn't put this on your radar for a very long time. If you're like a genre aficionado and you've played like fucking assloads of them and you just can't get enough, it's serviceable. It's not like a bad time. It's not like a waste of your time. So no, I wish they would just make The Last Door 3 instead of another Blasphemous. Is it even still the same devs? I think it is, right? This feels like one of those games like it could be different devs. Or they ran out of money like partway through or something. It has that kind of like aura to it. Like a lot of there's just like this lack of cohesion in a lot of the systems, and that kind of like, I'm not polished in the sense of bugs, but like everything just kind of really works together super well. And like that it is like not making any big leaps and bounds over the first one. Like stuff like some of the art and all that. Like, it just doesn't quite work out, but it's not fucked or anything. Give it a go if you're really feeling it. And where's the Team 17? Is that the publisher? That's the developers. The Game Kitchen. I mean, I hope they go on to make more stuff, and I mean, I hope this game did well. I mean, there's some craft behind it. I mean, there's cool enough stuff here, and I'd play another one in hopes that they've improved it. Let's make The Last Door 3. Although the story of The Last Door is kind of done, I guess. But another low pixel horror point and click, I'd take that over one of these. But I liked The Last Door 1 and 2 quite a bit, as far as point and click go. Heard Crusade game? Yeah, we're gonna start Fate Samurai Remnant here in a few. Although my internet will probably go out again in an hour or two. It only was gone for an hour or two yesterday, so I might come back if it does and just wait it out. Let's see. Let's see their list of games. Yeah, I wonder how this did overall. I feel like when this came out, there's so many fucking games coming out. It was insane. And so when you're not like firing on all cylinders, I feel like oh, they made a VR game. Yeah, The Last Door, Blasphemous 1 and 2. Yeah. I like Last Door. I guess it's just considered one game these days. It's season 1 and 2. Spelled something wrong on their website. It's over. Anywho, it was nice to play Metroidvania. I think most people would probably be nicer about this one. Maybe I've just played too many Metroidvanias. You're just kind of like a tourist to the genre. That's not a bad thing, but like he's kind of, you know, ooh, I like Souls. This game's slow, like Souls. I mean, you might have some fun with it, right? But, I don't know, I feel like if you played a lot of these, there's just kind of missing those elements, man. Happy New Year, toll a bell 12 times. Radiant Castulo with 3 fun. Oh, you can do that. How do you do that? Alright. Well, I'm gonna turn the stream off for just a minute. I'm gonna turn on the air because it hasn't fucking ran in like hours. And then we're gonna swap into bum 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 Kusoge Land. We'll see. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. It's supposed to be okay. Supposed to be good. We'll see. I want to believe that. Can I get the best Fate game since the VNs? Coming from fucking Omega Force, who I don't think I've legitimately thought it was made like a single like great game. They've made like fine games, but like I don't think the creators of fucking Dynasty Warriors have put out anything like super above the bar, man. Yeah, we'll see. Back in 5 minutes or so.